I'm down to do a live stream with you at some point. Right now I'm watching. right now I'm watching House. So not at the moment, but I'd be down to do a live stream where I do the share the link in the chat and we can talk about whatever ethics or whatever you want to talk about, I suppose. But yeah, but right now I'm watching House. So if you got questions about ethics and stuff, feel free to dump them in the chat or just talk about whatever and I might respond. But I'm just chilling right now. Made some money doing Uber earlier, and yeah, um, live stream. Yo, what's poppin'? Not too much. I'm just watching House. We're on season 3, episode 23. So, we're like pretty much halfway through. Getting places. Oh, this person didn't stay very long, but we're here. I should go to my computer. I fucking love House. It's just like the perfect cynical, dry humor that I have. The, there are no such thing as chakras, and the pineal gland is just some gland, I guess. I don't fucking know. There's nothing sacred about it. So, and I'm not getting paid by the lizard people either. So, as much as I wish I was. So, just here to inform you that pineal gland is just as useless as anything else. The fuck? The fuck? Why would you think I'm a Christian? I'm a literal anti-theist slash misotheist. I'm not a Christian, bro. Not to mention there are literal Christian antinatalists. There's a literal group called Christian Antinatalists, and there's a book called No Baby No Cry, which is a Christian antinatalist book. So I mean, there are like Christian antinatalists out there, but like yeah, one of the original antinatalists that propagated the idea was actually antinatalist. Even Saint Augustine was an antinatalist. He thought people should stop reproducing and all go to heaven. So you aren't a priest? No, I've never been a priest. I mean, I wanted to be a priest at some point, but I'm not a priest. No. Why did you think I was a priest? Now I know you're just trolling, so ha ha ha. Hey, man, I wouldn't waste your time with some chakra stuff, but if you want to go for it, enlighten yourself, so to speak. Let the notifications of the chakra flow. I mean, people. I don't know if anybody thought I was a Christian. I don't remember that. But if someone thought I was a Christian, oh, was it that crazy schizo dude? I don't, man. Nah, maybe I don't fucking know. I don't remember. I get too high, man. I don't remember. But assuming someone thought I was Christian, damn. Ah, the Trump man, Dave. Yeah, Dave's just. Hey, man, I don't know what's with that chocolate stuff, man. People are so weird. I generally believe that you can like balance your keys and your chakras and all that bullshit, but just like fucking poking some needles in you or meditating or fucking being by some crystal or some bullshit. I don't know, but it's retarded. It's hard to get me to laugh, man. I usually laugh from dark humor stuff. Yeah, I see he's back too. Not really my interest though. This has the name Tyler now. No, I don't care about really anybody, to be fair, but I don't really value people who aren't really negative utilitarian per se. Well, I don't really think they're useful for the long-term goals, so, like in terms of like propagating. But I think antinatalists are good consequentially speaking. They're just wrong in terms of like deontology and rights and all that silly shit. So it's not that I like negative utilitarians just because they're negative utilitarians or anything like that. I just think they're typically more right, so I can have they'll annoy me less. And deontologists, just in general, people who rights, they're generally usually good people, but they annoy me. And so yeah, it's just kind of like it's just not that I don't care about anybody besides negative utilitarians. At this point, I don't care about anybody at all besides no one really. So I just acknowledge pain's big sucky wucky and all that shit. But yeah, consequentially speaking, antinatalism's good to spread at the moment because it'll lead people down the road towards negative utilitarianism and other acceptable ideas. But if antinatalism were to come to fruition by itself and people weren't become like ethilists such negative utilitarians, paganism, whatever, animals would still exist on the planet, and that would be really sucky for them, wouldn't it now? So it would, yeah, in other words, 20 quintillion things still suffering on the Earth until about another billion years go by and the sun stops fucking being a good temperature for life to be habitable. I watch all anti-nihilist content. I share it. I share all perspectives basically, including veganism videos. Even though most vegans are geontologists, believe in rights and stuff. Just because, as I said, I only care about the consequences of actions. So if I can convince people to go vegan because of some silly rights-based argument, hey, it fucking works, doesn't it? So goddamn, this is a fucking popcorn in my teeth, and I'm like, E. Fair enough, I guess. Understandable. Yo, what is boppin'? Pete Radio, yeah. You still here? I just finished my life, but you still going? Yeah, man. Going strong. Watched 2 episodes of House, and now I've just been scrolling the internet for a little bit. Uh, Thinking about watching some videos of these absolute fucking machines. Oh my god, they're so cool. I never knew how. I knew they existed, but I never knew how fucking metal they were until like a couple days ago. But these things are fucking dope as shit. Okay, I'm gonna like look at these things. They're absolute fucking monsters. Real G's. To anybody watching at this point in the video, it do be. I'm sorry. Uh, but yeah, we're gonna appreciate the absolute metalist fucking nature of the camel spider. Like these things are just brutal as fuck. They're absolute monsters. Like imagine if these things were like fucking the size of like a dog, bro. Look at this little demonic creature. You just dispatch them all. They're just fucking everywhere. God damn it. Chill the fuck out, man. I'm looking at camel spider destroying ant colony. Look at this absolute machine. How horrifying these things are. If I was a mad scientist at engineer these things to be like the size of like a small car, and then make like a horde of them and unleash them in China. Why China? Because they have the densest population, the biggest population. That's it. I'm not racist against China. I just think it's cool to watch the largest population. There'd be mountains of corpses, guys. They literally stack the corpses up with them. Look at them. He stacks the corpses up. It's fucking wild. Like, imagine just like one of these guys, like the size of a small like slug bug, just crawling around, slaughtering people, just chopping them up and like scooping their bodies into little piles. You know, fucking like this is my brain, guys. Welcome to my world. I have an inner. I actually have. Some people don't have inner visualizations. I do. So I'm literally imagining giant version of this throwing cars and just fucking like chopping people in half right now, and you all are just like, "What the fuck's wrong with this guy?" Is because I find life hilarious. I'm an absolute menace to ant society. They're fucking metal. Oh yeah, forgot to tell you, camel spiders are gonna hiss. That little noise you're hearing, that's literally the it's literally it hissing at the ants that come near it and try to bite it. These things are literally just like the most demonic things ever. They're like literal murder machines that like can hiss. It's fucking awesome. There is no God. If there is, it's truly a fucking mastermind. An evil cunt for sure, but you know, mastermind. It's just like, what if we just made like just a demonic hissing spider? And the only thing I could make the worst of it, they just add wings. Imagine this thing with wings. Now, honestly, if I was God, I'd just upgrade it and give it wings for the fun of it. Like 200 years, like just give it wings and make it like the size of a cat. Fuck, it doesn't even need. It doesn't even need to be the size of like. This thing doesn't even need to be the size of like a fucking like car. If this thing was the size of like a fucking like large dog. Like imagine that thing the size of a large dog, and imagine it had wings too. Oh my god, that would be horrifying. That'd be amazing. Look how efficiently it just murders everything. It just like funnels it into its jaws and just like crushes everything and just like spits it into a little like pile. It's just like what the fuck. Crush, crush. Like these things are smart buggers too. Like this video impressed the shit out of me. There's like a whole entire fucking like mountain of dead bodies. And if you slow it down, you kind of get to watch it closer to like what this little fucker perceives the world as in time. You know, just setting things up, little house. It's invading like an ant colony right now. It literally has a mountain of corpses. Like it's just so fucking fast. Like that little guy touches him, it just whips around, just like you're dead now. Get into the pile. You have become part of the pile. Get in there. What the fuck? It's so metal. Just imagine like giant versions of these, like and like our ancestors like running against them, like fucking like Genghis Kong, like the Czech fucking like warriors, like oh, just running up to it like a spear or something, and like a bunch of them, just like this thing's just like just funneling warriors and like you know, it's fucking dope as shit. Somebody's turn that into like an animation or something. Just bug world. They kind of have like the predator mouth, like you know, like the like aliens versus predator, they have like a weird little. dead into the pile. Remember, we're watching this at 0.25. This is a quarter of the actual speed. This is like he's doing this efficiently. Oh, this guy's gonna fucking get it, isn't he? Don't do it. Just run away. Oh no. Into the pile. This bird's screeching for things to fuck around, you know? Isn't nature beautiful? Just absolute genocide is like the birds screech to like mate and like establish territory. Lovely. Oh my god, there's so many bodies, bro. Just doesn't give a shit. Counselor, it is you have to watch in slow motion. Like this, the burrow is on the top, like the north part of the screen. You can see them coming out and going in. That's where he's invading to. These things are fucking strategic as shit. They're fucking lightning quick. Remember, this is in 0.25 speed. They're fucking little demons, bro. It's really fucking annoying noise. We don't need the volume. But we can keep the yeah. The entrance is up there in the north, and it just funnels these little fuckers in, pulls them all in together. Wow, it's so fucking neat to watch these things. Skip ahead. See, look at this. Now it's literally just all the bodies right here in this big pile, right up by the entrance. They just slaughter us all of them that come out and just building up this big pile into the entrance. So fucking dope. If you look in the comment section, you see a dude describing like how like strategic this is, and after like and like he's like watching in slow motion, you can see like how he like how it's thinking, you know. And it's like I'm like, bro, okay. Until he just like building up this like little fucking fortress of bodies, so if everything is forced to funnel right into its little death claws. And this fucking body is littered everywhere as it marched way fucking over there to the fucking entrance, slaughtering everything. Oh my god. literal death march against the colony of ants. It's not funny. It's not funny. I know. It's brutal as shit, but I'm a psychopath, bro. You have to realize I find the absurdity, the nature of life to be hilarious. Like, I find just the grotesque nature of life hilarious. That, like, all this happens like every day. Like this, this thing just does this to colonies of ants every day. You know, it's just his life. It's just like, I am the murder machine. You know, and we don't capture it in camera. But like when it comes down to it, like this mass war between insects, 20 quintillion of them. Well, more than that, like 20 quintillion animals. But like when it comes to like insects, it's probably more than that. It's like, yeesh. So it's like, the amount of animals like fighting each other in the planet. Like, gosh, damn. Like ants can feel things to some extent or another. You know, ants have a not a really complex nervous system, but they can feel discomfort that respond to their environment. So it's just kind of like, damn, bro, look at these little things just throwing themselves at this fucking monster. I just want to just like engineer these things to be the size of like, like a fucking like cougar or like wolf. Just unleash them on our enemy. Look at that, this fucking like metal as shit, bro. Now the death march forward. It has all these bodies built up in the front, like literally make it so they can only like they can't rush it. And now it's like pushing all the bodies into the burrow that basically like fucking force its way closer to the eggs. It's like the most meta little insect ever, bro. This thing's so cool. Yeah, it's just pushing its way into the burrow. So fucking metal. It's still just massacring everything. It's just so fucking cool to look at these things. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Me admiring the horror that is nature. Hey man, I am still an ethicist when it comes down to it. I despise this shit, but at the same time, you know, intellectually despise it. But when it comes to just pure fascination with the horror that is nature, it still exists in me, obviously. I still like think the tigers are cool and all that stuff, while at the same time acknowledging it's horrible on an intellectual level. But damn, is it fucking dope at the same time, guys? Like, what the fuck is that? It's like just like literally just has like four pinchers that like go like that and that. Like it pinches down and to the side at the same time, like just like and just funneling. It has like 8 legs. It's just like funneling everything into its like. It's just fucking like literal a mince machine. So they just like a industrial blender, and it just funnels everything. It's just like, what the fuck? It's so cool. Like the Campbell spider is like the epitome of what Amanda was talking about, like the meat grinder. It's just war. We have tube that grinds shit up, and shit out. And it's literally just a giant mouth with legs that move it and a giant ass in the back. So literally the embodiment of what nature is, just the perfection of the killing machine of nature. Just it's fucking dope. That's the difference between me and like the average person. The average person would be like, that's fucking. Either they'll be like, that's disgusting and horrible, oh my god. Or they'll be like, that's fucking dope, and therefore because I think it's dope, it's good. You know? Me, I'm like, no, just because I think it's dope doesn't mean I, don't understand that it's like still horrible, like, the better off not existing in the first place. That those ants not being there and the camel spider not needing the massacre things in order to get eggs for protein, and sustenance, would be the most ideal state in non-existence, in other words. So interesting. What the fuck?
Tell us what we're about to do then.
I'll let the team present that. Right, come on.
What do you look after? Yeah.
We're looking after the lions and cheetahs today.
And how do you think this will go?
It won't go too well with the lions, I'm guessing.
It won't go too well with the lions.
It looks like a pretty heavy-duty unit. I think it looks pretty cheetah-proof.
Well, tell us, Bruce, what we're doing here.
Well, we're going to interact with the cheetahs and see how this robot dog can be applied for enrichment.
Understandable. Are you sure you're not the prophet? Are you sure you're not the prophet? Like positive you're not the prophet. Because he has a history of pretending to be other people, and him pretending to be a Jewish man would not be out of the question. Are you sure you're not?
In the cheetah realm.
We can go in? Okay, we're here. Sydney Zoo.
What we were thinking is if we get it close to the grass, then you can run it up the side. Yeah, if you want
So there is this little hissing here from this cheetah. It's just a precautionary thing, isn't it?
Yeah, it's sort of a little bit of display of aggression. Going to give it a hiding.
But they certainly want to go after it, not be repelled by it.
Yeah, but cheetahs are full of bravado, so as soon as the dog runs away, they will follow.
What is that video? Bro, I don't know. I'm just scrolling YouTube and there was a video of people seeing how predatory cats take a cheetah's wreck to
your robot
a robot dog.
We've placed it just shy of the gate here. The cheetahs are a few meters away. This won't have quite the acceleration of the cheetahs, but I think they're a bit nervous as well, so they may. Come on, boy.
It's like, what the fuck? Damn, these kids are fucking barbarians. They're like murder it.
This is what we were talking about. If there was a dangerous situation and you had to push back a dangerous animal, you get one crack at it if they weren't used to it.
Come on, cheetahs. Cheetahs are very non-combative. Good boy. Come get it. Good boy. Go get it. Go get it. Here's the brave one here. This is the brave one. Come on.
Not that brave, yeah, exactly. Huh?
It's interesting. It's like such smaller than, but it's
You
like
can tell
probably
Josh to do whatever you want.
not used
It's in
to.
control of the robot. Are you happy with that?
Yeah.
With that?
Yeah.
Other things coming into their enclosure. Anything like Kids are fucking barbarians, bro.
They're such nervous Nellies.
Well, he seems to have calmed down. Is it a he or a she?
I'm very interested in
I guess there's always a first for everything. Why would I buy all the baby wipes? Watch that. Very descriptive. Very descriptive. Random shit, yeah. Let's go into the live section. Let's see what's live. You know? Me. Nothing interesting so far. There's absolutely a shit ton of these retarded ass videos of a monkey and chickens and shit. What the fuck? Okay. No.
What do you think about anti-natalist stuff, like not having any kids? A lot of the people that I've seen, like Sam Hyde, arguing against anti-natalism, they're just arguing with imaginary ghost redditors that exist in their heads, and they think that they're in competition with black people. I don't think that we need the best genetic stock to sit in masturbation pods. It doesn't matter. Also, you can cope. These people can cope all they fucking want, whether you have a kid or not. Still dead. You're returning to where you were for the 10 trillion years before you were born. This expression called dying alone, people talk about. Those people have no idea what it's actually like to die. Everybody's going to die alone. It's terrifying. It's the most serious thing that happens in our lives. Everybody dies alone. Even if you physically have people around you as you die, everybody dies alone. You're going to die inside your mind. Not fun. The preferable alternative is the only way to really escape that is just having somebody randomly shoot you in the back of the head at a time you're not expecting it. Having a kid?
No, I don't want to see a cute kitty. But if you want to watch a kidney, I'm sure we
if
can watch
you
the video
do
of that
not
cat that
have
falls from the
any
video and
stock in,
splats
like,
against
a
the ground.
company
It's pretty
or a
hilarious.
trade or something, if you're not an electrician with your own company or an electrician that works in a bigger company, your kid's probably fucked. Because it's all about where you're born now. It's not about who has the skills. It's about who knows who. It's not about if you don't do this thing, it won't get done. Actually, it's about 10 million people are competing for the same position, and it's about who gets to do that. Who gets to be that guy? Doesn't matter. Every life you bring into this world, it has to experience death. You have now sentenced somebody to not only experience the horror of existence, but the horror of death. Thankfully, most humans are livestock that just say things they don't actually mean or care about. So we're just going to keep shitting them out.
People are kind of filth. No clue who this channel is really, but we'll find out. He seems to be making some videos. He has like more subscribers than me, I guess. Fun fact, Matron's even rule. The most watched videos on the internet are cat videos. I'm not a normal person, so I don't, spend my time watching cat videos like a neurotypical. Not that you're neurotypical, I'm sure, but you might be. I don't know. This sounds like an interesting video. It's or the cost of human existence. I don't know how loud. I mean, I'm sure it's not as loud for you guys.
What happened that you happened to come to the hospital?
I was out riding in my car with two other people going down this hill when all of a sudden it turned over. And I was arrested, of course, for that, And they were going to turn me loose, except that they called in and said the Army had AWOL out on me, which is a lie, of course. But they arrested me there and took me here under escort.
Why do you think they brought you to a psychiatric hospital?
Orders from somewhere else, I would assume.
Did you do anything that they might have misinterpreted as being, something that you should have been brought to a psychiatric hospital?
Well, mostly fear is why they didn't want to hang on to me too long.
What were they afraid of?
Well, I'm a known killer, where they come from. So
What do you mean?
it's a pretty touchy thing being around me if you're on the wrong side. They don't relish having a hold of me unless I'm inside of a cage or something.
What do you mean that you're a known killer?
I have killed
How many people have you killed?
several hundreds.
Where did you kill them?
Chicago, Detroit, New York,
See, Dodie actually
Mississippi
kill
Gulf,
people. He's just schizophrenic, so he has
California,
delusions.
Texas.
People. He might be.
Why did you kill them?
Because they were in the act of violent crimes,
Like what?
like murder,
Yes, he
rape,
basically thinks he's
brutal
a
beatings,
vigilante. I've never seen this video, but I
extortion,
understand the lines of crazy lore.
illicit drug trafficking.
Have you seen this video?
Did you kill them
Yes.
to prevent them from doing that, or what?
Well, when it got back to their leaders, it did stop quite a few illegal events from happening.
What do you mean by their leaders?
Their highest in command.
Are you talking about the mafia or what?
Yes, indeed. Mafiosi, Cosa Nostra.
Wow. Schizophrenia is crazy. Pretty sure my brother, not even personal. My brother's ex, she's fucking wild, and broke into our house a couple days ago and shit. It's pretty interesting. She's off her meds, but do we? That sea will be fucking swallowing monkeys, though. Nice.
I befriended a white crow, and now he visits me and he plays games with me. My name is Alexander, and this is Crazy Story for GeoBeats. About a second every time to find out the solution to get the food out. And the interesting thing for me is he will take the fastest and easiest route to get to the food.
I'm not impressed,
And he took it out of
but fair enough.
This bird was watching me like I was watching the bird. Who is the female? She has a very calm person.
See, I like watching animals sometimes not be destructive too. Missed life of a 70 IQ video. Yo, bro, I want to watch a 70 IQ video. We're gonna watch whatever I stumble. Oh my goodness! Look at more camel spider action. The most metal fucking machine in nature. Oh my god! I can kill birds. I had no clue I had this level of potential, guys. I thought I only slaughtered fucking goddamn ants. What the hell? Just looks at his finger like, I will kill you. Oh, that's not very nice. Oh. I'm not a supporter of putting, well, I guess, I'm not a supporter of putting, like, the search material inspector parrot. Why would I do that? Out the free roam the internet, bro. So much random potential. Search material inspector parrot. Well, I can already predict that it's a parrot that's been
Solifuges, often known as camel spiders or wind scorpions,
respond verbally to certain smells and scents that humans can pick up, and so now it is used to detect like drugs or bombs or something, and just like calls it out. That's cool, yes, but easily predictable from the title. Also, yes.
belong to the class of Arachnida and can be found on every continent except Australia and Antarctica. Despite the common names, they're neither true scorpions nor true spiders. There are currently over 1,000 identified solifuge species, the majority of which are located in hot deserts.
They're all fucking
The body length
shit.
of solifuges, depending on the species, ranges from 4 millimeters to 7 centimeters. The largest species grow to a length of 12 to 15 centimeters, including legs. The majority of solifuge species have only one pair of eyes, which are quite sophisticated in construction. Their most essential sense, however, is touch. The mouth parts of solifuges
No. I
include
understand
chelicerae,
that birds
which
are
resemble
smart. I'm just not impressed by her video. I mean, I know birds are quite intelligent. Like, I've done research papers on mammal and corvid intelligence. So I've done like a whole paper on like, dolphins and birds and stuff like that, and how they're willing to have delayed rewards and they do play and stuff like that, and they'll interact with other animals in like social ways. They've taught like wolves to fetch and shit, like a bunch of shit. Like I already know all of it, I just am not impressed by her little trying to get a bird to lift a lid on something. And it's like, wow, it can lift a lid. I mean, I'm pretty sure a non-crow could do that too. Like a fucking pigeon could figure that out.
pincers in appearance and are essential for capturing and crushing prey,
Wrong. Well, that's not very impressive.
as well as bringing water to their mouthparts for drinking and climbing smooth surfaces. Solifuges moisten their prey with digestive enzymes using their chelicerae, resulting in the formation of a nutrient-rich liquid that's absorbed through the mouth. Solifuges are ferocious predators, and various insects are their main prey. Solifuges' most important hunting tools include pedipalps. They're the primary touch organs that are coated in long, sensitive hairs. There are also unique organs on the pedipalp tips that resemble suckers and allow the solifuge to catch even the most cautious prey, for example, grasshoppers.
Oh my goodness, they have little grabby hands. Little hands that can contort
Due to their
like,
dexterous
make
limbs and
pressure
lightning fast
suctions.
reaction
That's
times,
fucking dope.
solifuges are able to single-handedly attack colonies of ants and termites and devour them in vast numbers. Small spiders, such as venomous ones as the black widows. Small spiders, even such venomous ones as the black widow, have almost no chance of winning a fight against a solifuge.
Damn, bro. Just tear right into it, I guess.
Solifuges themselves do not produce venom and rely only on their agility and strength when fighting prey.
They just fucking tear you apart.
Solifuges are very aggressive and often attack prey that is not inferior in size. Including vertebrates, for example, lizards.
Imagine evolving to lizard just to get took out by some fucking
Chelicerae
silly-ass
easily bite through the
non-venomous
strong
spider.
skin and even crush small bones. Large solifuge species are capable of killing small mammals, for example, mice and even birds that have chosen an unfortunate place to rest.
God dang it.
Some species have such a fast reaction time and well-developed pedipalps that they can catch
Danger
flying
boy.
prey. The majority of solifuge species are active at night and live in burrows. When digging, strong limbs can be used, but chelicerae can also be used if the dirt's very hard. It can be up to 30 centimeters long when it's done.
Look at them work. They're kind of cute when they scuttle around. Oh, look at him, buries himself. So he's kind of
Solifuges
cute when
have
it's
the most
not
efficient
murdering
breathing
things.
mechanism of any arachnid, which allows them to live a very active life. Some solifuge species can attain speeds of up to 16 kilometers per hour, making them the fastest terrestrial invertebrates.
God damn.
On the hind legs of the solifuges,
Literally
there are
murder
special little
machines.
studded organs called malleoli. They're used for touch and are also sensitive to specific substances, which can be useful when looking for a mating partner. When he finds a female, he employs Shelasire to open her vaginal pore. The male then deposits a spermatophore containing male sex cells and injects it into the female's genital hole with Shelasire.
Wow. Fascinating. That's a lovely thing to watch, I'm sure. That's about how humans do it too, honestly. We just kind of like crawl around each other and shoot our juices around, you know, frankly.
After some time, the female creates a hole in which she lays her eggs.
So that more murder machines can be born into the world.
In some species, the mother
Wow.
protects the clutch until the eggs hatch. Baby
Look at them there.
solifuges immediately grow self-sufficient and begin to search for any prey of adequate
They
size.
immediately just start murdering things. What the fuck? The mom's like, I am so proud of my murder machines. Pretty sure it probably eats them too. I wouldn't be surprised.
Despite their ominous image, solifuges pose no significant threat to humans. They rarely attack first,
Yet.
but if mishandled, they'll defend themselves violently.
Wah.
Even though
Very
solifuges are
scary.
non-venomous, big species of Shelasire can easily bite through the top layer of skin and infect the wound. Solifuges are often drawn to the shadows created by humans in the wild, which is misinterpreted as aggressive behavior. Most solifuge species dwell in areas with little human impact.
We need to make these things really big. We need to turn one of these things into a D&D monster. Just have like 90-foot movement speed and just fucking have like a grapple attack. With like suction-y fucking arms and like a chomp attack. There's like 2d10 damage or like 3d10 damage. Two D12. Feel like 5. Yeah, 3D12. Oh. Thinking about D&D stats with like a giant version of one of these. No. No. Oh no. Oh no. Please do it. AI has gone too far. I don't get it. Bring up some. JFK. No. They did him in too young. Not my boy Kurt. He's young. Hans Transman Roy, don't think so low of me. Otherwise you ban him. Shit. I wouldn't do that to you. Who's this? No. Why? I mean, to be fair, AI, they definitely put some really fucked up prompts in to make the AI do that. But still, AI has gone too far. I'm sure this is a boring interview. You just probably got standing there, am I right? You can't talk. Just can't talk. What is this? See a
Have you ever
Kira.
looked in the mirror and thought, wow, I'm really inside of this thing. This is me.
Something that stands out to me about these experiences is how immediate my own body feels. Suddenly my skin is there, wrapped around me like a cage. Impossible to ignore. But how are we to understand these experiences? Mirrors have been featured in the ideas of certain philosophers in a way that may surprise you. I'd argue that this uncanny experience is actually a fantastic reason to explore some of those ideas about the body and how the conscious mind experiences it. The French psychoanalyst Jacques Lacan, I think, provides the most comprehensive look at how we can understand the disconnect we sometimes feel with our bodies. His idea of the mirror stage as an essential part of every child's development is one of the most profound approaches towards the body that I've ever come across. I think about it a lot. The mirror stage takes place when a child discovers their reflection, resulting in two significant outcomes. First, the child learns what they look like. They associate themselves with their body, the complete image of which is provided to them by their reflection. It's commonly thought that 3-month-old babies don't understand that all of their body parts belong to them. In other words, their body is fragmented, which makes their image in the mirror something altogether different from their actual body and its sensations and urges. From now on, the child will always associate themselves with this image. It becomes an ideal representation of who they are, their selfhood. It also makes their body feel as if it's something they possess, instead of the literal basis for their existence. Direct experience with one's body is always barred, compromised by the social fantasies ingrained into language itself. What we call the body is itself a construct of the mind. It is an abstraction, far removed from biology, meant instead to signify such an image. Second, the child develops a social identity based on their image. According to the existentialist philosopher Jean-Paul Sartre, the look of another person turns you into an object. At that moment, you embody whatever others perceive you as. We also see this in Lacan's mirror stage. In the mirror, we come to understand ourselves as others see us. We develop an I or self to which we can refer back to. When I look into a mirror, I assume this is what I look like for other people. So, unless seriously challenged, the image we have of ourselves is constructed in answer to the question, what am I to others? The mirror reflects back onto us our own gaze, which is already the gaze of other people, thereby turning us into an object for ourselves to examine. I see myself because others see me. Lacan's perspective subverts the popular views of other philosophers who posited either an unrelatedness or unity between body and mind. Descartes, whom you might remember for his phrase, "I think, therefore I am," is also known for a philosophy of mind called Cartesian dualism, which served as a dominant philosophical perspective for centuries. Its thesis was that the mind and body are unrelated and separate, so mental activity can continue to prevail without the body. The phenomenologist philosopher Maurice Merleau-Ponty rejected this dualism altogether, claiming that the two act in tandem. Your mind is shaped through your embodied engagement with your environment. Lacan differs on this point in that he proposes a negative relationship, arguing that though the mental and physical are related, there's a fundamental conflict or tension between the two. Only a consciousness that sees itself as incompatible with the limitations of its body can see the body itself as a limitation. The mirror stage encapsulates this drama between physiology and identity. There is always an irreconcilable gap between the ideal image of the self and the reality of one's corporeal form. All of us feel it in different magnitudes. Understanding that tension can help us to empathize with transgender folks and the sentiments of those with eating disorders or body dysmorphia. But let's return to that unsettling experience with the mirror, when the image you've built for yourself disintegrates. The horror of the body is the realization that you are your body, that your body isn't something you simply possess. It's especially moving to look at x-rays of your own body or brain, just like it is to look at the dissected bodies of others. This is what you look like without skin and bones and muscle. This is you and everyone else. It's either a miracle or the cruelest joke. But sometimes it doesn't take all of that. Sometimes all you need to experience this is a look in the mirror. An encounter with the immediacy of your body is as much an existential crisis as a near-death experience can be. Body horror in general is very real, not just a mere genre of literature and film. Fictional, but nonetheless intense violations of the human body can fill us with dread, twist your stomach, or make your skin crawl. But they exist only as extreme versions of the real thing. Engaging with body horror media can make you feel very present in your body through these sensations. The horror of the body is a case of insides falling out. One of the observations Martin Heidegger makes in his famous philosophical work, Being and Time, concerns the way we approach tools in our everyday lives. His writing uses the example of a hammer. When we use a hammer, it adjusts to our senses almost as if it were an extension of our body. We become engaged in hammering, and so its material makeup goes unnoticed. But if the handle cracks or the head flies off, it's just there. A hammer only comes to our senses as an object, a thing, when it stops working. Similarly, the body often feels like an extension to our will, an instrument used to perform tasks initiated by our conscious mind. As such, the immediacy of our body, its existence as a fleshy material thing, is forgotten until, for example, we injure ourselves. If you break your arm, you can no longer use it the same way you did before, and so it feels like a foreign object attached to you, something you are always aware of because of the pain you feel if you aren't careful with it. If you sprain your ankle, you'll be constantly aware of it as you limp on that foot, and if you have a cough, you'll likely pay more attention to your labored breathing. What connects us to our body in these examples is pain. Pain is a reminder of our material status as human beings. It reminds me that I am my body, not an invincible consciousness that simply possesses a body. Pain is a necessary item to consider going forward. It's perhaps the fundamental way we are confronted by our bodies. Illness, an extension of this. But there's another way we can find ourselves in our bodies, and it also includes pain, when pleasure itself becomes painful. One of the core elements of the body horror genre is that one's own body lies outside of their control. This is horrifying in part because it has a strong basis in reality. Bodily or psychological urges seemingly outside of our control are an uncomfortable part of the body's influence on the psyche. As someone with ADHD, this is something I've thought about and experienced my entire life. But for Lacan, such urges are one of the core ways we plunge directly back into our bodies. The Lacanian concept of jouissance is basically a pleasure in pain, a disturbing kind of pleasure that is felt only insomuch as the pleasure itself is painful. Lacan calls this true enjoyment. Now, it sounds masochistic, sinister even, and to an extent it is, but I think looking at it like this would be coloring it a shade too unusual, too niche. This kind of thing is actually quite common. Jouissance is the pleasure of compulsion. It is the kind of pleasure that overwhelms, that disturbs. Because of its excessive and uncontrollable nature, at times it has even been called traumatic. As Lacan has it, jouissance pits you in a direct confrontation with your body. It's synonymous with the essence of being itself. He connects it to the bodily urges I referenced earlier. If you've ever been so absorbed in playing a game that you stayed up so late into the night that the sun began to rise as your retinas burned from the strain imposed on you by your monitor, and your body begged to go to sleep, and you continued on anyway because you were unable to stop yourself, then you know something about jouissance. There are so many different hues and shades to this concept, so many different ways you could interpret it. It could simply be a case of indulging in something you know is bad for you, a guilty pleasure. It is, after all, the body that craves things that aren't good for it. Or it could mean pleasure so fantastic it harms you to feel it. The ambiguity of the term is what makes it so difficult. But as long as you feel pleasure in pain, or pain in pleasure, that's jouissance. I can't think of a better exploration of jouissance and its relation to body horror than the anime Akira. The 1988 movie depicts a city defined at every level of its society by power, from the inner government to rival street gangs. After a nuclear explosion involving a powerful psychic named Akira leveled Tokyo, it was rebuilt into a sprawling metropolis. But even in Neo-Tokyo, the nuclear ghost of Akira is omnipresent as a collective trauma. The city never truly recovered. Its desperate grasp for power is a constant coping mechanism. But, as Lacan himself emphasizes, the person who always needs to be in power is themselves the most powerless. The movie itself follows Kaneda and Tetsuo, two lifelong friends in a biker gang. After Tetsuo has an encounter with a psychic child on the run near the site of the original explosion, his own powers awaken. As a result of this, he's captured and experimented on by the government. During this time, his powers continue to develop, but not without debilitating headaches and disturbing visions of his entrails spilling out, Neo-Tokyo crumbling into dust. Kaneda attempts to rescue Tetsuo, but there's no need. Tetsuo's powers allow him to escape, but he grows into a brutal megalomaniac, killing anyone who stands in his way or looks down on him. When Kaneda finally reaches him, Tetsuo despises him for trying to save him. Tetsuo then sets out on a hunt for Akira to further increase his powers, while Kaneda rushes to stop him from triggering another explosion. After a series of exhilarating fight scenes, Tetsuo finally finds Akira, or what's left of him. But just when Tetsuo seems unstoppable, Kaneda confronts him. But their fight is cut short by a sudden beam of light from space that surrounds Tetsuo and blasts him with energy, severing his arm. Using his powers, he grows another one, merging his flesh with metal scraps, but it proves unstable. Tetsuo finally loses control of his powers, and his body begins to mutate and grow wildly beyond his control. His skin bursts like a popped balloon, while his gooey insides swell and expand like elephant toothpaste. If you're anything like me, you felt genuinely excited at the reveal of Tetsuo's powers. Spectacular scenes like this one in which he first escapes, or watching him destroy the orbital laser himself and exclaiming out loud, "Whoa, what? He can even survive in space?" feels exciting. But that just makes his perverse transformation all the more uncomfortable. We felt the thrill of Tetsuo's powers, the shameless bombast, and celebrated within ourselves. But now we feel his pain too. Lacan often referred to jouissance as an excess of life. When Tetsuo's insides fall out, it's because there's an excess of them. They burst forth from inside of him. His ordinary body is unable to contain them any longer. This isn't only representative of the way that Tetsuo's body is unable to contain his powers, the way they've caught up to him, it also mirrors the way Lacan viewed jouissance. You are only able to reach such a state when you're in pain as a result of your enjoyment being pushed to such an extreme that pain has become unavoidable. It is enjoyment in the most extreme sense, when your body itself can no longer sustain the kind of pleasure it's feeling, when you've lost control of your own enjoyment. Lacan couples jouissance with the bodily fragmentation that precedes the mirror stage, the kind of discombobulated living where your body feels divided against itself. This feeling of confusion with one's own body is why the grotesque transformations in Akira and other works resonate with so many of us. But Akira isn't just a metaphor for jouissance, it's the entire basis of its plot. It imagines a world in which our fetish for the most extreme forms of enjoyment will lead to an inevitable catastrophic end.
Fear the old blood.
In FromSoft's Bloodborne, you hunt down supernatural monstrosities in a gothic city across the sea in order to lift the permanent veil of darkness which plagues the sky. You are a hunter, set out to end the repeating nightmare of the hunt. Despite this simple premise, Bloodborne is a game with a unique perspective on body horror, concerned with that which is distinctly feminine. Amidst combat with a legion of bloodthirsty beasts, Bloodborne's relentless examination of pregnancy, menstruation, and, of course, blood, tells a story of insides falling out. The city of Yharnam is obsessed with blood. Its ruling body, the Healing Church, administers its uniquely potent variant to the sick, promising miraculous strength and vitality until things go horribly wrong and they're corrupted into beasts. No ordinary man or woman can fight the beasts alone, however. Every hunter fights fire with fire, using the healing blood themselves. So at the beginning of your hunt, you find yourself strapped to a gurney and injected with some of the stuff, partially embracing the beast within. You always keep some with you, too. Blood is an invaluable resource. Time and time again, you'll inject it into your thigh when your health runs too low. Even when you see others falter, even when threatened with madness yourself, you push forward. I can already smell the pungent, metallic sourness of blood, the warmth of it all that defines the hunt. In the wake of your slaughter, you paint your cloak red, the streets red, and then the sky red. The sun sets and the night grows even more oppressive as grander beings emerge from out of the sky. The trouble with Yharnam's beast plague lies with where the blood of the healing church actually comes from. The source is precisely these great ones, ruthlessly dissected in the pursuit of eldritch truth. The old blood is itself a form of jouissance. It starts off as a healing power and erupts into an excess of wet viscera, an excess of life. The material horror of the flesh can be found in the very blood of Yharnam itself. The objective of the Great Ones is unknown, but what we see in the game is their forceful impregnation of human women. One woman, a prostitute named Ariana that you can save from off the streets of the Cathedral Ward, will give birth to a Great One after you trigger the descent of the Blood Moon. A trail of blood leads from her chair down into the privacy of a sewer. The newborn eldritch worm chirps at its mother, begging to be embraced, while she screams out in ungodly despair. The ghost of Queen Yharnam, when you see her, has blood trailing down her white gown and her hands shackled in chains. She too was forcefully impregnated with a Great One long ago, a child named Murgo. That baby died inside of her as a calcified fetus, alive now only in a dream. Although the queen is dead too, her restless consciousness continues to stir beyond her death, linked to Murgo as she is. The Great Ones confront women with their womb. Some even seek to win the favor of the Great Ones by drinking the blood of others so that perhaps they can bear one of their children. Like the xenomorph in Alien, it's as if the Great Ones represent life itself, the horrors of nature and biology. They are only discernible motivations to survive and reproduce. It's fitting, then, that their blood is a source of jouissance for all of Yharnam. They're just one way that, as fellow YouTuber Honeybat says in her video, Bloodborne is viscerally feminine. But there are others, too. Every woman in the game who's still young enough to menstruate will offer you her blood. If you choose to get yours from Ariana the prostitute instead of a nun whose whole existence is defined by her ability to provide the stuff, that nun will eventually murder Ariana out of jealousy. Swapping bodily fluids like this clearly has some sexual undertone, albeit in a way that feels foreign to the act of sex itself. Bloodborne is morbidly fascinated with reproductive biology. The biological aspects of sex, devoid of any titillating eroticism, can be alien and disturbing in their own right. The secrets of the mechanisms of conception are something most of us seem to prefer to think very little about. Gustave Courba's painting L'Origine du Monde, or The Origin of the World, has been a sore point of scandal since its conception. It went contrary to the attitude of its time when nudity was tolerated within the context of mythological or other fantastical scenes, but was never captured in its profane reality. Courba pioneered realism in art. As a further rejection of the delicately smooth and obviously idealized nudes painted by his colleagues, he would attack his canvases with the stress of thick slabs of paint, producing gritty, broken textures in his artwork. There is something at least a little shocking about it, though the piece was never meant to arouse. I think what's heinous about it is precisely that it isn't erotic. Nudity in a doctor's office means something different than nudity in the bedroom. More than any myth or dream, the origins of existence, the gateway permitting entry into our world, is this: the genitals and womb of a woman. This is the inescapable foundation of your flesh. Elizabeth Groves, in her book, mentions the misogynistic assumption we sometimes make that women are more of a body than men. Women seem to take on the role of being a body for both sexes. We're so horrified by the body, so seemingly ashamed to have entered this world at all, that the origin of this existence, the uterus, is especially reviled. Bloodborne is a macabre mixture of sex and illness, and more than just a few of the distressing designs for the game's monsters share the wrongness of having the inside on the outside. It's a further articulation of the body horror concept of one's insides falling out. One of the scenes that inspired genuine despair in me was finding Queen Annalise of the Vile Bloods pulverized beyond recognition into red mist. Her meaty entrails stick to the walls, drip down her chair. Alfred, the vile blood hunter, stands over her.
There, you filthy monstrosity. What good's your immortality now? Try stirring up trouble in this sorry state. All mangled and twisted, with every inside on the outside for all the world to see.
But the queen is still alive. You can collect a tissue sample from her throne and feel its enigmatic pulse. With her inside on the outside, her immortality has kept her alive. But in what state? My mind keeps returning to this scene when I contemplate the visceral femininity of the game. The shame and even horror of having one's insides on the outside
For all the world to see.
appears to be the highest form of humiliation. Likewise, countless women have felt ashamed of their periods. It is, after all, a stain on propriety and one's social identity in a world of men, a reminder that you are a body. The philosopher Simone de Beauvoir writes in her book, The Second Sex, that it is during her periods that a woman feels her body most painfully as an obscure, alien thing. It is, indeed, the prey of a stubborn and foreign life that each month constructs and then tears down a cradle within it. Each month, all things are made ready for a child and then aborted in the crimson flow. Woman, like man, is her body, but her body is something other than herself. There's a thread running between Lacan and de Beauvoir, namely the sense that there are forces within you operating as something other than yourself. You are not entirely in command of your own physicality. De Beauvoir thought that the social identity of a woman is shaped by the tension between their womb and their social aspirations. Just like Lacan believed, the tension between the body and its image gives birth to the actuality of one's identity. Her writing beautifully blurs into Lacan, an almost perfect mirror image. You'd be remiss to interpret the visceral femininity of Bloodborne as its way of pushing the point that women's bodies are gross. Even at its grossest and goriest, it tries to communicate the gloom and despair of its characters and world more than it intends to gross you out. Instead, the game feels like a recognition of the reproductive demands and social and bodily horrors women experience, in the very way women experience them. The Magic Mountain by Thomas Mann is my favorite novel of all time.
Its description alone was already enough to inspire a perfect mixture of dread and fascination in me.
A young man by the name of Hans Castor visits his cousin in a tuberculosis clinic in the Swiss Alps for 3 weeks, contracts tuberculosis himself during his stay, and then spends the next 7 years there on the mountaintop. Although it is a novel where nothing really happens when looking in from outside, examining the inner lives of the sanitarium patients reveals profound philosophies inspired by an ironically lively series of events. Reflections and viscera alike, The Magic Mountain is about the inside falling out. In more ways than one, everyone understands each other by their insides instead of merely their outward appearance. It is a novel that pulses with life in the face of death. Not to mention that it's genuinely one of the funniest books I've ever read. It too has something to say about sexuality and illness. The progression of Hans's sickness is accompanied by his infatuation for a certain ill-mannered woman by the name of Claudia Chauchat. She slams the door every day at mealtimes before slinking to her seat, much to his annoyance. Rumors circulate around her that she's in an open marriage. She's something of an extreme hedonist. Yet surprising even himself, her depravity and worm-ridden chest attract him. Claudia is the novel's unashamed embodiment of pure passion, of jouissance. Words remain unspoken between them, yet they share a special bond through other symbolic gestures. The embarrassing closure of a curtain across the dining room, conveniently sitting behind her at a lecture, and the meeting of eyes at inopportune moments. As his fever emerges, he has the fleeting impression that it's to impress her. Perhaps, as the sanitarium's psychologist suggests, love is a cause of illness. Or maybe the urgency and lucidity of disease is what enables the patient's deepest affections. Once Hans has his anticipated conversation and speaks with Claudia in intoxicatingly lyrical French on the night of Carnival, she leaves him the x-ray of her lungs and departs from the sanitarium the next day. In her History of Medical Imaging, Naked to the Bone, Bretien Cleves describes how the invention of the X-ray shook Victorian society by undermining its ideas about bodily privacy. To see directly into another person, or even yourself, was downright embarrassing. The X-ray altered the self-perception of an entire culture. Claudia's gesture renders her more naked than naked. It's a suggestive act that has the same significance as the gifting of one's blood in Bloodborne. For man, Eros and Thanatos, love and death, desire and decay, all reflect something of the other. Disease might be a hindrance to one's sexual desire, but if anything, for that exact reason, it's a test of true love. The physicality of others can be horrifying in its own way, but love is a radical acceptance of this physicality, in every possible color of jouissance and mortal finitude. Certainly, love can never be disembodied. Love is our sympathy with organic life, man writes, the touchingly lustful embrace of what is destined to decay. The Magic Mountain is an aggressively dialectical novel. Its characters and themes exist not in isolation, but in an environment of constant confrontation with their opposites. The tension between mind and body is also a dialectical issue, a fact highlighted by the plot of the novel. Once Hans Castorp has been shown the x-ray of the moist spot in his lungs and is officially declared a patient of the Berghof, he goes from a young engineer with plans for his life to an invalid, happily lost in time's meandering flow. The smallest unit of time atop the mountain is a month. Reality blurs between the snow flurries. Illness is a duty, he decides. Essentially, one's role as a patient is to recover from one's ailments. But disease can grant a certain freedom and genius to those that it afflicts. Illness gives the gifts of boredom and existential focus. Having nothing to do but rest gives you plenty of time to think. By falling ill, Hans sheds his aspirations and place in society in exchange for an identity defined entirely by the illness of his body. The irony of this reduction, its dialectical twist, is that by adopting the role of a patient, he becomes entirely free, as he never could have been in the Flatlands, to explore the lifestyles and philosophies of the other Berghof residents. Precisely by being reduced to his body, does he attain the freedom necessary to expand his mind. His very sickness becomes the catalyst for his self-discovery and enlightenment. However, while it leads to Hans's intellectual growth, for other characters, it becomes the basis for irrational thinking, delusions, and a disconnect from reality. Bloodborne's lore primarily centers around the efforts of scholars to ascend humanity to the being of the Great Ones. Research into this possibility began at Bergenworth under the instruction of Provost Willem, but a schism with one of his students eventually led to the formation of the Healing Church. Willem believed that the old blood was something they should be afraid of, and that they should try to ascend by elevating their inner sight above the banality of the body. At Bergenworth, Willem had an epiphany. We are thinking on the basis of planes. What we need are more eyes. Lawrence disagreed with Willem and saw potential benefits in blood administration that he thought outweighed the rumored dangers. Ultimately, Lawrence would disregard the need for eyes on the inside. Bergenworth was abandoned by the church and declared unholy ground. The conflicting perspectives of Willem and Lawrence contain the elements for debate on how to approach the problem of embodiment. While Willem's approach was to escape the physical body through reason and a developed mind, Lawrence contested that depravity of the body isn't only something we shouldn't be afraid of, it's something that should be welcomed, embraced. It's as much a case of mind versus body as you can get. Both perspectives have their flaws, of course. When you find Willem at Bergenworth, his body is so frail from his rejection of it, he's unable to speak. All he can do is sway in his rocking chair and motion towards the moon's reflection on the lake, where Rom, The once woman, now vacuous spider, holds back the pale blood sky and its nightmarish inhabitants. And Lawrence, well, he's the man responsible for the beast plague. Like the rest of Yharnam, he too has transformed into a beast, his mangy fur burning with an internal flame.
Maybe you'd like to acquire some eldritch knowledge about the cosmos. In which case, I recommend Brilliant.org, who graciously funded the research for this video.
Brilliant is one of the most entertaining ways. When I first watched Cowboy Bebop, I ran through all 26 episodes in one day. I started early in the morning and I finished before dinner time.
I like
the show is nearly uncategorizable.
Things,
but there was one episode in particular that made me stop for a minute. An episode that so completely threw me off my game, killed the momentum I had bouncing from one episode to the next, that I've really never forgotten it. Episode 23 of Cowboy Bebop, Brain Scratch, shows us a Martian cult that believes it's the destiny of humankind to shed their bodies and exist as pure consciousness on the internet, to lose themselves amidst the infinite sea of electrons. They use a device that captures their brain waves and converts them into code the device uploads to the internet, allowing them to live without a body forever, but killing them in the process. Very clearly, the episode drew its inspiration from the real-life suicide cult of Heaven's Gate. A bounty has been placed on the cult's leader, so the Bebop's bounty hunting crew tries to track him down. Except there's absolutely no history of Dr. Londes ever existing. Only after the gang reverse hacks the program the cult uses to migrate their souls do they uncover the truth. Dr. Londes is in fact a fabrication, a myth born from the mind of a paralyzed 15-year-old boy genius on life support, plugged directly into the internet from his bed. A boy for whom the only possible meaning of life could be to dream the greatest dream.
I guess all he could do was dream, so the dreams turned dark.
Meanwhile, Spike confronts Londes in a remote building on Mars' surface. Watching the tower of television screens flicker on still unnerves me. Their showdown isn't the usual gunfight or karate beatdown we've come to expect from the rest of the show. Instead of throwing punches, the two throw around ideas.
You're like a kid with a toy.
What? What makes you think that you know anything about me?
But as half of the Bebop crew stands over the living corpse of Londes' creator back at the hospital and begins the process of disconnecting him permanently from the network, Londes cries out in his true terror, begs and pleads not to be shut off. And then the graphics begin to die.
Everyone should have the same body as I have.
The scene is horrible to watch. I don't even know how to describe the feeling it gives me. The screens fill with impenetrable code before silence falls like a guillotine, and a somber error signals the end. Then they shackle this comatose, bedridden boy to his hospice bed, an act of redundancy more poetic than necessary. Already he's trapped inside his body, a prison more hopeless and claustrophobic than any cell. And then they leave him there. When I think about the pursuit of esoteric knowledge in Bloodborne, the pursuit of actually thinking your way to godhood, more than anything, I think about this episode. That way of viewing the body is identical to the views of various groups in the game. In particular, the Scholars of Mensis have taken the implications of insight to their extreme. These scholars are distinguished by the cages they wear on their heads. The description for the cage explains that it restrains the will of the self, allowing for those that wear it to see the profane world for what it is. However, its use is twofold, as it also functions as an antenna to facilitate contact with the Great Ones. Much like Scratch, the Scholars of Mensis are obsessed with the prospect of ascending beyond the body and dreaming the greatest dream. The Great Ones exist on multiple levels of existence, and think on multiple planes of thought. More than anything, the Scholars of Mensis want to think like they do. Using the umbilical cord of Murgo, they conducted a ritual to this end that transported their consciousnesses into a nightmare. All that remains of them in the waking world are their skeletons, meticulously stripped clean of all flesh. Their attempts to ascend led to a mass suicide. This umbilical cord granted Mensis audience with Murgo, but resulted in the stillbirth of their brains. Interestingly, when you kill their leader Mikolash in the nightmare, his cries somewhat mimic those of Londes.
I'll forget everything.
I am a big believer in the paradox of existentialism, that the despair we feel from our existence can itself be the main inspiration for an untouchable happiness. Paraphrasing Mann's own words about his novel, in The Magic Mountain, Hans Castorp comes to conclude, quite in line with his progression as a character, that one must make the existential encounter with sickness and death and the body in order to end up healthier and more sane than before, to love deeper. But we've never really made that encounter if all we've ever done is try to escape it. He who knows the body, who knows life, also knows death, Hans declares in the most magical of the book's chapters. You have to hold it up to the other half, to its opposite. Because our interest in death and illness is nothing but a way of expressing an interest in life. The novel ends with the bleak bullet rain and trench thunder of World War I. Hans is sent to the front lines and the sanitarium closes. There can be no further healing in a world suddenly bent on its irrational end. But as we visit him for the last time and watch him splay himself in the muck while bombs blast in front of him, we find him singing of love. Unlike Londes and unlike Mikolash, faced with what is more than likely his own death, Hans keeps courage with his resounding yes to life in the body. Out of this worldwide festival of death, this ugly, rutting fever that inflames the rainy evening sky all round, will love someday rise up out of this too? If it hasn't yet become the prerogative of others to welcome the body and its insight, then perhaps the responsibility has fallen to you and I. The next time you feel a twinge of disgust at fiction or reality, listen to the song of life it sings, and feel what it's like to be alive.
Suffering.